summarized way and how to answer these topics in exam properly. Also, we will just show you how the tool works in Hindi.
नमस्ते हर्षित, मैं तुम्हारी सीबीएसई कक्षा 9 विज्ञान की पहली अध्याय पदार्थ की परीक्षा की तैयारी में मदद करने के लिए यहाँ हूँ। क्या तुमने अभी तक इस अध्याय के कौन-कौन से टॉपिक्स पढ़े हैं? या जिस किसी खास विषय में तुम्हें लगे कि थोड़ा अभ्यास करना है, वह मुझे बताओ ताकि हम वहीं से शुरू करें। क्या तुम्हें लगता है कि तुम्हें पदार्थ की अवस्थाओं, ठोस, द्रव, गैस में सबसे ज्यादा तैयारी की जरूरत है, या फिर कण सिद्धांत, पार्टिकल नेचर ऑफ मैटर, या अवस्था परिवर्तन, चेंज ऑफ स्टेट पर अभ्यास करना है? तैयारी शुरू करने से पहले बताओ ताकि मैं तुम्हारे लिए परीक्षा के हिसाब से सही सवाल और टिप्स लेकर आ सकूं।
मेरी कल परीक्षा है, मुझे उसकी तैयारी करनी है।
बहुत बढ़िया हर्षित, अब हम परीक्षा की तैयारी तेजी से शुरू करते हैं। पहला सवाल जो आमतौर पर पूछे जा सकते हैं, वे पदार्थ की विभिन्न अवस्थाओं से जुड़े होते हैं। मैं तुम्हें एक परीक्षा शैली का सवाल देता हूं, जो तुम्हारे लिए अभ्यास होगा। प्रश्न 1, ठोस, द्रव और गैस की अवस्थाओं की तुलना करते हुए 3 विषयों पर उनके गुण बताओ।
Okay, let's move on and show you the final feature, which is assessment. So in assessment, AI generates an assessment that the student can take, and the AI evaluates the student upon that. So an assessment is being generated. So this is an inclusive assessment in which we have So this is an inclusive assessment in which we have different type of questions, including MCQs, true, false, short answer, long answer, and fill in the blanks. So it's an overall assessment of how the student has learned the chapter. Let's come to the dashboard. So our tool is not just any learning platform or a generic platform. So what it does is it maintains, the more you use the tool, it maintains a learning profile for the student and even generates a progress report upon that. So this is an example of progress report. The more time you will spend on the tool will identify the type of learner you are. So okay, if I am a learner who likes real life examples, or if I am a learner who likes to know the topics in details, it will detect that and it will adapt itself to teach me in that particular way, so that enhances my understanding. So this is what are the features that we give for students. If we talk about teachers, the Leoki can also assist teachers to help them enhance their teaching methods. So for teachers, this is our classroom page. The teachers can again select the languages in the same way. They have 4 options to choose from, which are lesson plan, concept revision, assignment, and teaching it. So in lesson plan, the tool helps the teachers to generate an NEP-aligned lesson plan for the chapter, in which it tells the teachers on how they can structure the chapter and structure the lecture so that they can teach the students in the best possible way. Slowly. Slowly. Lesson plan दिखाओ, धीरे दिखाओ. So this is an example of lesson plan. We have 3 lectures. So these are the titles that we give to lesson plan. These are all NAP and SCOF aligned objectives. So we have the materials required, prerequisite competencies, questions and answers the teacher can ask to the students, step-by-step instructional plan, interactive activities to perform in the class, and also the real-life applications the teacher can use. So let's go back. Talking about the next feature is the assignment. Assignment is something that the teachers can generate and assign their students. So this is an example of assignment. There are different type of questions. If you expand any part, it shows you the answer key. It shows you the marking guide for that particular question, the goals and objectives about that, and also the mistakes that the student can make while attempting that particular question. Come back. So now just as we showed you a demo for the tutor, even for the teacher, we give two options, which are concept revision and teaching aid. Now you may be confused at how the teacher can use the tutor. So we give two options. So as a teacher, if I want to revise a concept before going to a class, so this is where the tool helps me. We can just revise the concept or the chapter in a quick manner. Or in teaching aids, it helps the teacher and gives its examples and analogies that it can use to enhance the student's understanding in a better way. One more feature that we give is to generate test papers. Let's just go to generate test paper button. So as a teacher, I can either add chapters from that subject and select the configuration, or I can even go on add topic and upload my own PDF or notes for which I want to generate the paper on. So we'll just show you a sample of how our test paper looks. So this is how our test paper looks. Just scroll down. Yeah. Different headings, different fields, fill in the blanks, very short answers, everything is there. And in the last, we even give a complete detailed answer key. If you go on the top, if you go to the top, you can even go and edit and manually edit any questions or mistakes that you find. You can even go to download PDF and select the organization name, examination name, and even upload the logo. And this is how our downloaded paper would look like. So this is an example for that. So with this, we conclude our demo for the Leoki. I will pass on the mic to Harsh, sir.
Yeah, we'll also see an example of how this platform extends to skill development. So, yeah. So here we have a course on yoga. It works in the similar manner. So if we'll click on yoga, it will again give me all those 4 learning modes. I can, 1 minute. Yeah. So it will give me 4 learning modes. If I want to learn yoga step by step, if I have any doubts, if I want to take an assessment of my knowledge about yoga, so we'll see the step-by-step learning of yoga. Again, it works in the conversational manner.
Hello Harshit. Welcome to your yoga trainer course. I am here to help you master chapter 1 thoroughly. Before we start, can you tell me what you already know about yoga? Have you practiced or studied yoga before? Let's start our journey from the very beginning with the first concept, the concept of yoga.
Yeah, so we have just asked
Harshit,
the tool.
Surya Namaskar or sun salutation is a classic sequence of yoga postures done in a flowing rhythm along with controlled breathing. It is excellent for warming up, increasing flexibility, blood circulation, and overall strength. This video will give you a clear step-by-step guide on how to perform Surya Namaskar correctly, showing the posture details and breathing coordination. Watching this will help you understand the flow and do it safely. Take a look at this demonstration. Would you like me to explain the steps as well, or do you want to try and describe the poses you see?
So to learn Surya Namaskar, you cannot just learn by, speaking or listening to how it is performed. You also need to see how to perform that asana itself. So Leoki also shares images, videos, wherever they are relevant to supplement the conversational style. Right. So same platform, can be applied to corporate trainings, skill developments, K-12 education, higher education for different educational boards that are there in India. So Leoki brings together conversational interaction, structured learning workflows, and content grounding to support learners, educators, and skill programs across context. So we believe Voice First AI can make learning more accessible and engaging. accessible, engaging, and trustworthy, like from classrooms to lifelong learning. Thank you.
Hello. Right. I think now we have finally made this thing work. So I'm representing this company Buge, and our job is to make AI for small and medium enterprises in India. So to the best of my knowledge and understanding, this is a very sophisticated technology. The world is spending billions of dollars in it. But these technologies should be accessible to the smallest of small businesses in India, which is what we're obsessed to do, to bring these technologies to the level of accessibility and affordability that it can be used by people who are not trained in technology at all. So AI should not sound like a hype or be a speculation of humans replacing jobs in the future. So let's start with replacing some of the boring jobs that human beings don't like to do, but we have to do, even I do. We just want to get the AI to take care of these small problems so that we can increase our productivity. So that is what we're trying to do. We have two companies, two subsidiaries that we have solved these problems for. And then we realized that with minimal changes and customization, these things can be adapted to almost any industry, especially in the small and medium sectors. So when we speak to clients, we understand that they are not here to play with the technology. They're not just, they don't want to have fun. What they want to do is solve real problems, increase sales, low costs, be more accurate in their jobs. So that is what our job is to do, is to make these things accessible. I'm trying to figure out how to change the slide. Yeah. Okay. So when we think about AI, we think about AI in our company as a very powerful weapon. And we want to essentially know how to use the weapon into solving problems. So we don't believe AI will replace humans. Our idea is that the human being who knows how to weaponize AI the best will replace the humans who don't. So if the Indian small businesses are left behind the race when it comes to their global counterparts, we believe that they're going to lose. So that is what we're trying to solve. So our job is to bridge that tech gap that exists between the biggest of the big boys and bring those technologies to the small sector.
So we are not into the business of building LLMs or even training LLMs. I'll come to the reason why this is not a feasible solution for small businesses. Our job is to essentially build the central nervous system above the brain. So the brain is the LLM. Our job is to build the central nervous system, connect it with the hands and legs, and give it the tools that it needs to get job done. So we have built that, and the idea becomes that we have to do with minimal tweaking, just translate it to solve the problems of the other companies, which are similar to ours. All companies have shared problems that they have to solve. So the ultimate result becomes that the human being, the boss, and only has to do 5% of the work, and 95% of the grueling jobs are done by AI. But that also means that the human being is 20 times more productive, and the ultimate product becomes 20 times cheaper, which is where it becomes more affordable for small businesses like me and you. We are believing in simplifying and demystifying AI. So for the last 3 years, we've been building this. Our company is actually quite older, but we have been building this over 3 years, and we are obsessed with solving the small problems which people overlook when it comes to AI. But when you really get to the ground, or when the rubber meets the road, you get to solve problems and face problems. Our is not a hypothetical technology, or it's not videos and simulations. This is real, it's deployed. We highly encourage people to try it out and benchmark it. Small story here is that because we had to keep the cost down, we could not deploy our AI into all the places in the globe. We only had one server, but then latency became a problem. So the way we solved the problem is we built one more AI that knows just enough information to say hi, hello, and acknowledge the user's response to a particular question, but then not give the actual whole answer. We call this a welcome LLM, which is something that lets the user feel less of a latency problem. These problems we solve on a day-to-day basis. Basically, fine-tune the LLM to the user's requirements and their pipelines. There's two major product families that I would say we have. One is the agents. So agents, we all know what agents are. Essentially, it's an AI, the brain, which is trained to solve a few particular set of problems. The three we have at the moment. One is the real-time voice assistant. As you can see, it is basically a multilingual assistant. Nothing secret here. The major providers provide this. We just tell it what to see and what to say, and especially what not to say. And it is multilingual, and we have taught it to be a little bit more empathetic so that it sounds more human. And what do you expect a good customer service assistant to do? What we expect it to do is to be loyal to the company, talk about the products of the company specifically, talk about them accurately, not badmouth the company, badmouth the competitors. This is something that we have to solve, which a generic LLM will not solve. You have no control over what data they see when they answer questions. A real-time voice assistant acts like a very loyal employee of a company. When the client speaks to it, it knows about the clients, it knows about the client's history. So that makes the interaction much more real and much more useful. The next we have is a multimodal chatbot, which, all of us know what a multimodal chatbot is. I'll get to that details very quickly. It is capable of multimodal understanding. One of our signature is that it is connected with all the major providers of LLMs, and any LLMs that anybody wants, we can just plug it in, and it works completely. So the layer is completely agnostic to the underlying LLM. The push and talk AI agent is something that we have built. It works very similar to a WhatsApp push and talk voice clips. There is a particular reason we built this, and we're not happy with the real-time voice assistant. I'll come to that very soon. So I'll start with the push and talk. This is for sending voice. Oh, something's wrong. I'm so sorry, guys. So I'll just keep going. This is for sending voice clips, as I said, on WhatsApp. Now, it speaks your language, which is basically, it is multilingual. And the good thing is that it knows every detail about the company. So when the customer or even an employee interacts with it, it doesn't stay in the dark. It is not making up stuff. It is using grounded data. It is knowing all the files and everything about the company, and it gives concrete answers. The benefit of that is that the company who's using this never misses a lead. They are able to work 24/7, and you're able to receive the leads, and only the few leads out of, say, 1,010 leads are useful. those 10 leads actually reach the boss's desk. The rest are handled by this AI. So the boss only has to talk to the 10 people who are actually going to be the potential clients. And by the time the clients reach the boss's desk, the boss already knows about the client and the client knows about the company. So the usual repetitive conversations that even I have to have every day, having the same conversation over and over again, my throat hurts that way. The boss doesn't have to do that. The AI solves these problems and they solve this really, really well. Our push and talk agent is a model agnostic architecture. So all the major AI providers can be integrated with a click of a button. It's a single platform where the agentic AI and the voice engine and the transcription engine, any engines can do, and we have already integrated that here. It is fully multimodal, something that was a handicap for the real-time agent as well. So it understands documents. And even like badly written, handwritten documents, it does a fantastic job of understanding. Even I can't read it, but it can. And the reason it can, again, it's not rocket science. It's expecting to see what I've told it to see. So it makes pretty good guesses because I've already told it what it is expecting to see. For example, it is expecting to see a university exam paper. Then it makes pretty good guesses of what data is supposed to be where. So it makes a really good understanding of PDFs, documents, spreadsheets, and have a good understanding of it. It has 20+ tool integrations. For our own particular company, it is able to perform autonomous functions, something that we found that real-time voice assistants have a real tough time doing. So a technical person would know that if the input parameter structure is very complex, real-time AIs can't really interact with it. It fails. So we had to build a whole new engine, a back-to-back engine where voice can do autonomous stuff, which is where we have created this thing. Some perks here, which is you can design a persona for it, give it a name, a personality, some traits, just to make that unique and personal feeling. This was an afterthought. Later on became actually quite popular. So my daughter wanted to talk with anime, so that's what we did, and then it became very popular. We understood that human beings, we want to speak with characters we know and we can connect with. So a user in this platform can actually create their own personalities. Again, it's a very standard thing. Multilingual speech understanding, this is again extremely important, especially for Indian context. Now, LLMs are really good at understanding language, almost any language. I don't think solving that problem costs a lot of money or trouble. What we had is accuracy, which is where we had to give it, again, a context of what it is trying to hear or what it is expecting to hear. When you actually test this on the ground, this makes a lot of difference because you are not supposed to jumble up words or misunderstand words. So our actual contribution here was to engineer it and let it know that what it is expecting to see so that the accuracy is much higher. Hands-free productivity in the sense that it's for any devices and it's on the go. I'll quickly move on. This is the multimodal chatbot. We all know what a multimodal chatbot is. The difference here is that instead of a ChatGPT, Gemini, the big applications, this is actually connected to every document, spreadsheet, and image that your company has. So it is able to give accurate information about the products, which is something that we think is very important. So a generic LLM can't talk or give answers about your company's products and services and give you the prices. That we have to do when we have to granularly control the kind of data it sees, what it doesn't see, and have access to the products and services of a company. Then 25+ brain power. So as I mentioned, we imagine the LLM to be the brain, and our job is to build the central nervous system. And the way we have built it is to be agnostic of the brain itself. So if you change the model from an American model to a Chinese model, every now and then a new version comes in. So if my agent is dependent on that, then my agent can't work. So I have to make it in a way that if I change the LLM, nothing should change. The actual behavior shouldn't change, which is what we have done, which was very difficult to do because connecting it with the tools and making sure that it behaves with every tool accurately, no matter what the LLM is, was the challenge, which we have managed to figure it out. So all the LLMs that is connected here are transparently displayed here. We're not claiming to create something that we haven't done. How do I flip this? Yeah. So again, it's visual and data fluent. Essentially, it's multimodal. One thing that we have created in-house, which we have called Fort Knox privacy. So when the boss is logging in and using this chatbot, it is supposed to give information that the boss wants to talk about. But when the client talks about and wants to know about the company's internal information, it should have the sense of not exposing that information to an outsider. This is something we have to build. So this is a unique thing that we have built. We have built a security tired clearance level for the LLM. So the LLM, depending on who is talking to it, has conditional level of access to the data sets that it accesses, and it knows what to say and what not to say. A very simple example, which many people have been trying out. When I ask a question as the boss, it will tell me internal secrets about the company, tell me about its own working and its engineering. But if a client logs in, it will simply refuse to say anything, either about the company or about itself. So this enterprise-grade security is, we believe, invaluable for a company. Without that, I mean, you have to give the AI the data, otherwise it can't function. But then you have to be careful that it doesn't expose what it's not supposed to do. So it is autonomous. It can do stuff. It can interact with any function, no matter how complex the function's parameters are. It does it seamlessly. And it leads to the next point. It is grounded in its outputs. Because we have granular control over what it sees and what it does, we can control, and it does not hallucinate. So hallucination levels are down by 99.9%. It basically just stops making up stuff. It tells the user what it really finds. It has been trained to do so. And it acts as a centralized hub of all the customer interactions, HR, and report automations. This comes to the real-time assistant. Our contribution here is less so. It's basically just Google and OpenAI's and the other products. What we have done is give it a little more empathy, make it feel a little more real, try to solve the latency problem a little bit more, and then connect it with the data sources of the company, essentially ensuring loyalty so that, again, as I said, it doesn't badmouth my company, it badmouths the competition, stuff like that. Real-time voice assistant is for taking calls. So basically, we have connected it with the phones and WhatsApp so that the clients and the users can just dial into it, and it speaks like a human, so it handles the low-level problems. Good thing that we have built it here is that if it feels that some problem is beyond its ambit to solve, it escalates that problem to the boss. And the boss is able to handle that problem and not let a lead go waste. So again, there's no generic scripts, no vague answers. It speaks very concretely about the products and services of the company. Emotion sells, so we had to go that extra mile of teaching the LLM to deal with an angry and disgruntled customer and de-escalate the situation very craftily, while at the same time protecting the bona fide of the company. These are real problems that any company has to solve. And multilingual is sort of that comes automatically with a very advanced LLM. So it speaks all languages, major languages in the country, including the regional languages of India. So it's zero latency, it feels real. That is something that we had to agree. And one of the challenges that we're able to solve here, which usually skips the mind, is that it knows how to switch languages. So the way we speak, at least the way I speak, I flip between English and Bengali and Hindi mid-sentence. So the LLM should be smart enough to do that too. So just knowing different languages is not enough. You have to understand when the person is flipping between languages in mid of a sentence. So this reduces customer cost, service cost tremendously, because it is always on % of the problems. And again, as I feels that it is dealing with a problem that is unable to solve, it recognizes it, and it escalates that to the human individual. And only the human individual is left with solving only those problems that this is not able to solve. This is the next family of products. This is our project manager and human chat messenger. Human chat messenger is basically WhatsApp for corporations. And one of our products is content autocomplete, which basically is a collaborator that helps you write. Project manager is for managing teams, say 15 to 20 above. I'll start with the project manager first. So as you can see, it tracks projects and human resources. Basically, it gives me a bird's eye view of what my team is doing when I'm not looking. I know who's doing what, who's supposed to do what, who's meeting the deadlines, who's missing them, who's performing well, and their appraisals and their salaries are based on that. It's easy to guess what the things are. So most tools are like glorified to-do lists. But since we have built it in-house, we have problems that we have faced which the existing products were not able to solve. And that's what we built it for. So just to give you a brief overview, I'll just change the slide. So there's this 360-degree centralization. There's a search engine here. The people's tasks are written here. We have a Gantt chart, which basically tracks the dependencies of one employee on another, one project on another. One of our developments is the vector search. A vector search is very easy, nothing to it. But what we have developed is a vector search engine. The data of the whole company, not just the products, but also the files, the employee skill sets, are all connected in a single, basically tiered database. So it's hierarchical. So the search is actually very intelligent search in the sense that when somebody is using the engine, you don't have to remember what you're searching for. Just vague descriptions is good enough. And if you are the user, then the search will be tuned to you without you even saying so. It's more customized that way. Again, it's expecting to find what you are trying to find given your job profile. And then the standard things are already there, which we believe it must be. So if we are competing with a product that is already available, which is a project manager, our product has to be that product plus. So it has to solve all the problems that it already solves, and it has to do some more. So financial intelligence essentially is, reimbursements, make sure that the person who's raising the reimbursement bills are actually genuine, it is linked to the project. They're not actually raising a bill for a taxi in Pune where they're actually in Goa. Things like that. So this sort of reconciliation is inbuilt, and it's AI. So it's reconciliation based on the actual job that a person is doing. The performance radar, it's a bird's eye view, as I said, of what the employees' performance are during the whole month. So one thing that I've always found useful is I want to speak to my employees or track their performance at my time, not at their time. I don't have to be worrying about what everybody is doing at all times. Then I won't be able to do my job. So I want to deal with them only at my time. What I do is on Friday. But when I do it on Friday, I need to know what the whole week was like, what they've done, what they've not done. This gives me that liberty. So I can do my work at peace for the rest 4 days. The milestones are automated. There is ways to make subtasks and create Kanban boards. So a Kanban board is a pretty standard thing. Basically break down a task into subtasks and then just keep a track of the team tracks of who does what. And then there's the status summarization. I'll move on. I think we're not doing very good on time. And I think something is stuck. Yeah, so this is a human chat messenger. So this is essentially WhatsApp for corporates. Now, why do we need WhatsApp for corporates? A real problem we have faced on ground is that for small and medium enterprises, attrition levels are quite high. So if there is a lot of information on WhatsApp that we all know, that we speak a lot of important stuff on WhatsApp, if the employee goes, so does the chats, so does the client information. This was a problem that was brought to us by a company. We made this product for them, and then we found it extremely useful that now we have stopped using WhatsApp altogether. We use this. So essentially, it does everything WhatsApp can do, but it is connected with the projects of the company, the data of the company. So as opposed to just sharing files on your phone, one small example, it is on the cloud. So you can able to share and talk about projects and get intelligence about files, which lives on the cloud of the company. And when you chat, the chats are secure, it's end-to-end encrypted. Not only that, the chats stay with the company. So when the employee goes, it's agnostic to that. The position still remains open for the company, and the chat remains. So it just transferred to the next person who takes up that role. There are some interesting features that we've added above it, which I'm trying to get at. So one problem that small businesses face, assume that it's a place in UP or Bihar or some other, even Bengal. They don't speak English as fluently as you and I do. They speak Bengali and their regional language. But I don't write Bengali as well as I write English. So the idea is that I would write in English, and they would see it in Bengali or in Bihari or in the native language. So it's an instant translation engine, which is what we've mentioned, the Tower of Babel. So it works with voice clips as well. So I record a voice clip in whatever language I want, and the receiver is able to choose the language they want to hear it in, and it is instantly translated so that the language barrier is gone. Enterprise-grade shield, which I've mentioned, WhatsApp gives big ads about end-to-end encryption, so it is all there. Nobody can read and your messages except you with the key. a unified workspace in the sense that it is connected with the actual files of the company, the job profile, and the files are exchanged very securely. One other thing is that I face this a lot. So I need a lot of concentration to write good English, but if I have to just write bad English, the AI just fixes it. So we have a moderation engine where I write pretty bad English, but the moderation engine makes it sound very articulate and Shakespearean if I need it to be. So it sounds that much more professional. This is also inbuilt here. Small uses of AI here and there to just make life easier. So again, this is connected with the company. So there's Kanban cards and notice boards that is built on it. You can run polls on it. The usual troubles that happen. So there is, you can address issues privately or in a group. There's distributed teams. Smart governance in the sense that, again, rating is done. Usually people create groups in terms of tasks, which is in terms of groups. So this is what happens here. Again, flipping is not happening, guys. Just flip the slide, please. This is the last product that we have. It's the content autocomplete. This is a collaborator, a writer. So I have found that when I have to post things online, I have to do a research. It takes about 1, 2, maybe 3 hours to write an article. Writer's block. We all face writer's block. But this autocomplete is an autocomplete, but an intelligent one. So it knows me. It knows my writing style. I've given it the data. So whoever user is interacting with it, it knows the writing style of the user. It knows the content that the user is writing about. So it suggests the autocomplete suggestions, which are not just spell checks. It's actually pretty long, you can see here. It just speeds up the process by 15 to 20 times. I can write the same thing in my style at literally 1/10 the time. So this is the autocomplete process. You can generate images on it. It's bespoke drafting in the sense that it actually incorporates my style and vocabulary and choice of words very intelligently. So when it gives an autocomplete suggestion, this is not accidental. This is really tailored to how I actually write. And if I like the suggestion, I take it. If I don't, I just keep writing. I take parts of it. It really, really speeds up the process. It does deep research. So I don't have to write the same article over and over again, right? So I write an article. I want to write an article today. I give it a reference link. It does a research by itself before I even start writing. I give it the keywords that I found on an SEO engine, which might be useful for my company. It does a good search of those articles and what they mean and what the results are. So when it actually gives a suggestion, it is trying to adhere to those principles that I've told it to. I've given it a reference that it's supposed to solve. I've given it the search results, the keywords that it's supposed to include in a test, in a content, which makes the SEO much more effective. And contextual awareness is always there. Essentially, it fits and it's tailored to my role in the company and the data that it sees that belongs to me in the company. So it is not making just random guesses. It is making very intelligent ones. I think that's it. I'll quickly wrap up. Thank you so much for your time, guys. We are making some project. Can you just skip to the last slide, please? So that's fine. So basically, we are there to make these technologies for companies. So the last thing that I want to leave you with is that we have built this over 3 years, spent a lot of money on this, but when we are translating this to another company, we only have to change 1.5 to 2% of the code, which also means that it is 1/50th the cost of what it costs us. So with minimal changes and minimum tweaks, we can make these products for any company, on any industry almost. And the costs come down, which makes it affordable and accessible to even the smallest of small businesses in India. These technologies, which were so far the ambit of the big boys, we want to bring it down to the level of the user, like you and me. Thanks, that's all. Thank you so much for your time and listening. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anita Selvan, and I'm the founder and CEO of Edravel AI. We are headquartered in the USA and in Chennai, India. We have offices. We have seen our presence in about 5 countries, and we have customers all around the world, and we have about 5 million users in our platform right now. And we are in the business for about 18 years now, and this product has been launched recently in 2023, and so this has been, we developed and launched this platform for workforce transformation primarily. So we power national skilling programs for governments, workforce skilling for enterprises like Britannia and Bosch, and institutional skills and vocational training. So we are recognized by the White House for the only AI training company in the 600 billion USA and Saudi Arabia economic partnership, along with the companies like big tech companies. Today, I'll walk you through the full Edravel AI platform, from an administrator building a course with AI to a learner completing it and building a verified skills profile. Everything you see is currently being used by 1 million learners globally. So it's not a POC, or it's not something that we are trying to build. So it's already been built and being used by users all around the world. So let's start with the administrator experience. Whether you are a government agency training your staff, or citizens or an enterprise rolling out new SOPs across your offices globally, the challenge is the same. How do you create quality training fast at scale without being bogged down by the 12-week course creation cycles that does not match the speed of operations and compliance? So this is the admin dashboard, where you can see the list of courses that the learners can see. But as an administrator, at the right hand, you see the AI assistant, where you can create course, lessons, create media, any type of media, video or audio files, or a PowerPoint presentation over audio, and you can start a discussion, and you can create class schedules. Everything is powered by AI. And everything is AI assisted, and everything is editable. So that means AI accelerates the process to minutes, but the human remains the decision maker. So this is the widget that we have. So the first one is you can create the content using AI. The second one is that you have been doing this for the past 30 years, the manual one. The shared library is, we do have training providers. You can use them, use their content as well. The SCORM is, the standard SCORM packages. If you have, you can upload it into our platform if you want. But this is, we do provide a course template. So for any 3-hour course, or you can use that format. You can use if you're creating a 12-week course, you can use this Skill Master, and the Nano is just for quick videos. So recently, the demand is for Nano learning. So because the current generation, their attention power is only 2 minutes. So we found that most customers are using this format, where you can create a 1-minute or 2-minute video easily with our platform. And the other one is the custom template. And I will walk you through a way how it's done. So you can upload any document, any old PDF or PowerPoint, or any Word document, or any curriculum, or any draft, any outcome-based. If you have goals that your learners should learn at the end of the course, you can do that as well. So you can upload that document. Here I'm walking you through a course called Cybersecurity Awareness Training, where it had, the document had only the outline. So the outline, with the outline, your course could be created in minutes. Your course could be created in minutes, and here is the result. So the AI has fully generated a full course structured, organized them in modules and units. So notice the checkboxes above. Selecting those order generates the pre-assessments, quizzes, or session detail for any unit. Although the AI generates, you have the ability to edit those content at any time. So you can delete a module, you can add a module, and you can even have pre-assessments, hand-typed if you want. You don't have to completely rely on AI. So then, if you select the next, this one gives the generic view of how it's generated. And see, just like that, our cybersecurity course is live, along with others for the learners to enroll. So if you want to create videos, the other one is, so that is just a course overall. You can create videos, audio files, and PowerPoint presentations as well. If you want to create videos, we do have a ADA studio, audio and images to go inside that course. So when you open our AI studio, at the right, you can see there is a tray that always comes up. So anytime the administrator has the ability to do any of these actions anytime, they don't have to worry about which menu they should go in or how do I use this platform. So it's very user-friendly, and it's been used by many, many users in India and USA and Saudi Arabia and Malaysia. So for creating a video, I will just walk you through how easy it is. You must have taken like months to create videos for your training courses, but I'll show you how it could be done within minutes. Typically, for a 1-minute video, it takes about 4 or 5 minutes of your time. Although you might need some expertise on, the subject matter expert. So if you're generating a course for neuroscience, or if you're generating a course for cybersecurity, you might need a person who has some knowledge about it. It doesn't have to be an expert, but the AI will act as an expert. So this is your media library. You can create images, videos, and audio. The assets are searchable and reusable across courses. So here we have unique AI-generated videos, each one produced from a simple text prompt. For generating images, describe what you want, control the image size, count, and quality, and you can directly embed into your lessons. Sample goes for video, so you can specify video length, style, vibe, and even voice style. So in our videos, you can say whether you want a person who looks Hispanic, or who looks like a Indian with a curly hair or a straight hair. All those things you can specify, and a video will be created with that specific illustration. So you can produce clips in parallel. You don't have to wait for those 5 minutes when you're using our platform. You can click on the rendering, and it goes on creating the videos. You can do other things in our platform. Same interface for audio-only narration. So ideal for long-form lessons where video isn't necessary. So you create your voice style, and you can paste your content. So you don't need to create the script. That's the idea behind this. With your current material that you have, the old material, or some outline, you paste that in this tool, and it's going to create the scripts for you, like scene 1, scene 2, scene 3. And based on that, you can either edit or just use that to create the videos. So the same thing for the voice style. You just paste your content and generate in quick few steps. You can also create multimedia lessons to learn sequentially directly. You write a prompt, select the template style, assign it to a course and subject. So just like that, the AI is building your lesson, and it typically takes a few minutes. I can show you an actual demo if you want to see our product. It's live, and we can set up a Google Meet with you in the coming weeks, and we can show you the full product. So you can also create assignments. So how you can choose to create course-specific or even standardized tests like either cybersecurity prep exam like CompTIA certification or IELTS. So we already have IELTS prep, the full test in our platform. So some of our customers are using that. And so this is similar to the other options. You just create, you just add the context of it. And you can create practice tests as well. Here is the review interface of the questions generated on the right. And you can see your dashboard of questions that need review and tools for you like. Generating additional questions that are similar to AI-assisted or peer review cross-check of question quality or revise the question on the fly. So, you can edit all these questions and add it to the question bank whenever you want. The other one that we have is the main, the skills intelligence, the skills pro engine that we have. It's being used by Government of Tamil Nadu and other entities like ICT Academy and others. And also in some of the institutions in USA. That is the skills pro engine. So where the administrators define job roles, each role has mapped skills requirements with required proficiency levels as expert, advanced, etc. So this is very helpful in tracking outcome-based educational requirements, not just exam scores. So you can upload job descriptions, and AI will automatically generate skills from it. Of course, you can review and set the parameters as per your needs. This is the foundation. Once you define that, what ready looks like for each role, the platform measures every learner against that benchmark. So now that every employee learner can be mapped based on their skill level, here is a powerful feature, especially for enterprises and government agencies. So you upload your RFP or statement of work or a project document and request the AI to pull the project-based needs, especially for talent needs. So the AI reads the document, identifies job roles, and searches your talent pool. So here the AI has searched through the project documents and identified the roles and how many candidates are needed for the search. So here is the result. The AI cross-reference skills profiles across your entire workforce. So candidates ranked by their skills. And so the candidates are ranked by their skills, match percentage to the project needs. You can see their role, business unit, location, etc. This is also particularly useful when you have contract or fractional workers, or you are collaborating with several organizations for an RFP. So this is workforce skills intelligence, not just who finished the training, but also who is actually ready for the project. So now let us go to the learner's perspective. So far we have seen how an administrator or a business owner or a skills development administrator can use our platform. So this is for the learners, how they will see us as the platform. So this is what the learner sees as a branded and custom academy storefront. So that means we give white label solution, and we don't see your company, do not see Edrevel anywhere. So you will see your own logo, and your learners will not see us anywhere. So the course catalog with descriptions, instructor info, pricing info, all those are shown here. A simple registration by the learner, and you can control on what data to collect in this intake and customize. So this provides minimal friction for the learners to log in. You can also collect job role details and ask learners to upload their latest CV. This will allow Edrawal to start building their skills profile before they have even taken a course. So this is the learner's comb. When they come in, just with the CV, they'll be able to see what level of skills that they have and what is their, whether they are beginner or intermediate or advanced. So what is their level of skills? So in the center, they have their skill set summary showing their proficiency levels across competencies such as novice, intermediate, and color-coded to understand at a glance. So as administrator, you can also see the same profile for each learner for any review of the candidate. So here is the learner's course dashboard view, where they can see their enrolled courses. Now they can easily start taking the lessons right on the platform with a click of a button. So companies are using our platform both for self-paced learning courses and also instructor-led courses. So self-paced learning courses, it could be 1 hour, 2 hour, and you have the ability to know whether your learners actually learned anything from this platform. I mean, from this content. So another interesting thing that we have is people always ask for practice tests. That means, say you have your employees needed to take a CompTIA certification for a cybersecurity engineer, or any other certification, and they have to prep for the certification, right? And they go for boot camps and all those things. Or if you are a training academy and you have learners who sign up to get certified, you need to have practice tests so that they will take the test again and again, the questions again and again on their own time. So because they don't have time to go to a particular place, sit there and do. So at that time, the learners will have the capability to generate the test themselves. They can see how many questions they want, what topic they want, and then they can take the test and the AI will help them. If they select a wrong answer, it will help them to learn by coaching them. So this is the AI coach, which is available to the learner with the platform for 24/7. Personalized support anytime. This is not just like your ChatGPT. This is personalized, secure learning support based on the vetted course material. And it is within the ecosystem of your company. It's not going to go into just YouTube or any weird content, and your learners won't be learning from any weird content. So here they can continue to chat, ask the AI coach to explain the concept, walk them through the process, give them similar questions to test their knowledge. So this is what keep learners engaged inside the platform instead of going to external tools. The instructor can also review their learning and contribute with their own points to assist the learner with the same chat as well. So now going back to the practice test, once the learner completes their test, they are provided with detailed performance snapshot. The learner sees exactly where they are strong and where they need more broken down to subtopics and difficulty level. Instant feedbacks help the learners to address weak points and learn instead of searching for course materials. And everything feeds into learners' life skills profile. So the life cycle of a learner in the skills platform for any corporations or skills development agency is the learner comes in, they take a diagnostic test, and the AI gives a diagnostic report, and it recommends the learning path for the learners. You can see that everything here. So that's the AI diagnostic report with their core technical or whatever. It could be a psychometric analysis for your learners. And then the AI gives a recommended training path. And this is what the learners will see about how they know what they know and how much they know. So before I close, here's the full picture of our platform. This is one platform. Everything you just saw lives here. from registration, enrollments, payments, course creation, content management, AI-generated multimedia, knowledge checks and assessments, skills intelligence and gap analysis, learner dashboards and progress tracking, community and discussions certifications. So this is not 6 different tools stitched together. This is one integrated ecosystems, and we built it from AI ground up. So it's not something that we just patch work, but it's actually built with AI. And it's multi-language. Right now it's with Hindi, Arabic, Tamil, Spanish, and one other language. So it has full mobile accessible. It has both iOS and Android, and it's offline capable and white label ready. So this is what replaces fragmented legacy systems and processes, bringing learning impact at a scale for government, enterprises, and institutions. And I would like to thank you for listening, and I would like to thank the AI Summit for giving us an opportunity to show our product, and hope it was helpful, and feel free to contact us. And we are at Hall 6, Pod 6P161. Nice meeting you all. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sai Reddy, CTO of InsightEye AI. Sorry for the glitch. I think we're ready to go. Real quick, I want to introduce John. He's our head of business relations. If you have any questions or you want to collect our cards, John is here. So InsightEye is an AI platform for visual intelligence. We have been building AI agents that has been focused on video applications, video and image applications for different customers. We're focused on banks, like private customers. We're focused on government and also large commercial customers. So our mission is to transform the way video and images are processed today. It's an industry agnostic software layer that has different subcomponents to it. You'll see how we have the hardware application, the hardware layer, the firmware, the AI layer, and the model layer. And right now we are solving problems such as safety, security, automating operations, and honestly anything that would define increasing ROI or increasing safety security for different businesses. Our team, we started our company a year and a half ago. Prarshit is our managing director. We have Vivek, who's here, who's our CFO, and I'm the CTO of the company. So there's cameras everywhere. I think at this conference, I read somewhere there's 60,000 cameras. This whole convention center, they have 60,000 cameras. Now the question is, what is happening to that camera data? Who is watching it? Yes, there are some critical applications where there's a command and control center where people are watching all these cameras, but more than 95% of the cameras that are installed are not watched by anyone, are not watched by people. So they're really used to record video and just go back and do some forensic analysis. So nothing really happens in real time, again, except the 5% use cases where people are watching or there's some analytics layer that's processing the video. So the pain point here is there's a lot of video data coming from live cameras that is not really helping the business or helping any particular operation. So that is what InsightEye focuses on. How do we capture that information in real time, inference, which is run some analytics that are meaningful to the business or to an organization, and convert them into actionable items. The other thing about when people talk about video analytics and AI is the deployments are extremely slow. It could take sometimes weeks to months for, let's say, like a Navy application or an Army application, because you need to achieve accuracy generally more than, I would say, 97, 98%. So that has been one of the biggest challenges so far in this industry, the video analytics industry. So that is another pain point. The solutions that are out there that are either cloud-based or that's edge-based, so the flexibility is missing. So some customers want this solution to be deployed in the cloud, and the other ones maybe want a hybrid solution. So that is another challenge we see. And then finally, trying to deploy this in the cloud introduces risks, like security risks, cybersecurity risks, and privacy issues. So those are the things that when we looked at this industry and the use case, we said, how can we solve this with a single layer of AI software? So the three layers I was talking about, the first is the edge layer. The edge layer is something where you could run this on-prem, the location where you're getting the data. That is important because a lot of organizations don't want to send the data outside their VPN or outside their security domain. So the edge compute layer enables us to run these applications locally. Now, the second thing is the AI model layer. The AI model layer is basically, think of this as a real use case. We have a bunch of demos here. We'll show what these use cases are. But the simple thing could be intrusion. Let's say a person is not supposed to be in an area, but the person is at nighttime or whatever time the person is in that area. That, for example, is a use case that these cameras should detect. So that to us is an AI model. And then finally, the cloud, right? Cloud may not necessarily be used to run the analytics or the inference, but the cloud is useful to store data or to go back and retrieve that data, or just to create a dashboard that different people outside the security network can access. So really, when you're talking about video analytics, it's still 3 different layers that are extremely important. So the use cases I was mentioning, so let's go from the left side, person tracking and counting. For example, if let's say this conference has all the areas covered, we should be able to exactly tell you how many people are at this conference. Object recognition, the object could be anything. Could be something of a safety issue, or it could be something like a car, just counting, keeping track of cars and vehicles. Perimeter detection is, when someone enters in a boundary or a perimeter, you're supposed to detect that. Tailgating, I also have some videos. It's extremely important, especially we see a large growth of data centers. And in data centers, privacy is such an important aspect. So tailgating is key for businesses like data centers. Intrusion, again, someone from outside trying to come in, intrude into that space. And then there's other stuff, right? Predictive analytics, facial recognition. So the other stuff that you might already look at. So now how do you solve all of this together, right? There's no value to a business if you put a camera and you say, I can only do 1 of these or 2 of these. The question is, how can you stack all of these different use cases in a single solution? So that is our focus here. So I think we covered this. I want to skip this. Again, just going into some depth of why you need edge AI versus cloud. On-prem is where you don't do the compute on the camera, but it's on a server, on a local server. So we have been very busy serving different industries. Like you could see from the left side, construction, there's a lot of people who came to our pod from construction companies, construction contractors, and have been asking us about these cameras, job site cameras. Government, we work with different governments, mostly pilots, but looking forward to scale them. So manufacturing, we work with a large chemical manufacturing. I think they have more than 2,000 cameras. So we're able to process data from 2,000 cameras in real time. Banking, there's different applications. I have some demos. Why video analytics is such an important task for these banks from a security and safety standpoint. Schools, you could see how it is extremely useful for school operations and school security, and also just to keep track of what's happening in a school. So I have some videos quickly. Data centers, I think I mentioned tailgating. We have that, and then mining. I think we have some booths here from like coal and all sorts of companies, right? Like how is this video analytics useful for the day-to-day operations? Because people spend millions of dollars in these day-to-day operations. So how can we optimize and reduce the risk of safety? So for banks, we mostly do vault rooms inside the bank camera. So anywhere where you can imagine a camera. So vault room security, for example, we're doing vault room security for a bank for more than 1,000 locations. And the same for ATMs. Because ATMs are already equipped with cameras, how do we ingest that data and make sure there's no loitering, there's no, someone's trying to break into the ATM device and stuff like that. Immediate notifications to the command and control center. And then finally, just keeping track of what's happening in a bank, like crowd analytics, crowd detection, and stuff like that. Data centers, right now, I think the biggest use case for us is tailgating, because when these data centers lease out these servers, right, or do managed services to large companies, like large cloud providers like AWS, Microsoft, data privacy and sensitivity becomes an important thing for them. So they have to have all these different layers of security, which one of that is physical security with cameras, and they need to be very sure about who's accessing these server racks and who's entering these zones that can only be entered by people with recognized IDs. So data centers is a big use case. To me, another exciting use case, we do about, I believe, a few hundred megawatts of solar. So with solar panels, soiling on solar panels can destroy the efficiency by a couple percentage. And for solar farm, which is, let's say, gigawatt, that you're talking about millions of dollars per year. So what we do for solar farms is we go fly drones, and on the same day we tell them which panels have more soiling levels. And the other thing is electrical issues. Because we have infrared data from the drone, we're also able to detect hotspots and issues automatically, on a daily basis, which improves their operations, and they can get back their couple percent efficiency or get the panels through the warranty. So I think I covered mining. Mining, because safety is such a big importance for these mining operations. Safety is number one. Like as simple as someone wearing PPE. Are they wearing the right, safety protection, and while operating in different zones? And the second thing is how are they on track with how much operation is happening per day? So I think those are the two areas that we focus with our mining customers. So schools, I think I talked about keeping track of kids, teacher attendance. Recently we were able to detect a big fight in a class, and they were able to get a notification saying there's some big fight happening. So they're able to de-escalate that situation. I think we are doing some very initial pilots with defense. Again, these are longer cycles, and we need to get to that 99% plus accuracy, which I think we're pretty confident and comfortable. Before I get into the demos, I want to show you some exciting, fun video analytics here. But we just wanted to have one customer from each segment. We do the first one is the data center, the second is the school, third is the municipal corporation in Hyderabad. One is the manufacturing plant, and the construction company, and the other customer, SNR, they do elections. They're able to monitor elections throughout the country by installing cameras. So we are just a video analytics layer on top of it. And then finally the bank. So I'll skip this and I'll go into the videos. Just want to show you some quick. So yeah, I think we were able to actually process this in real time. There were these kids in a school fighting, and you could see on the left side. This was a PTZ camera, so you can zoom in into the camera. But basically, the security guard got an alert right away, and then they were able to go see what's happening. This is just one use case in a school. So the other thing is they want to keep track of how many kids, the roll count. They want to make sure the kids are in the class being monitored. I think the other use case they've asked us is just attention, to see if the kids are paying attention to the class, and just getting all that analytics back so that they can work on improving how the kids focus on their school. The zone you see here this is like the teacher presence, the teacher detection. So basically, you see every time a teacher walks by, I think it happens in a bit here. The models are smart enough to say, hey, this is a kid with a uniform that's not a teacher. So although this kid is in that zone, he's not regarded as a teacher, right? But you'll see in a second that the teacher shows up. The count actually goes, yeah. So the model, again, this is where the agentic world meets computer vision, right? The teacher model, now it says, hey, there's a person who doesn't look like a kid, like a school kid. So now they're able to say, okay, the analytics basically is the teacher was came to the class 3 minutes late, or, the teacher was there, or the teacher was not present. And especially for schools that have hundreds of classrooms, and they want to get this analytics in real time, this is extremely important. All of this happens without anyone watching, all these hundreds of cameras in a school. Let me go to the next use case. This is not from the videos that we process with our cameras. This is just, because of course it's hard to capture violence and polling booths. But basically, this is one of the videos we got when we were working with one of the election commissions. Let me go back to that real quick. So basically it shows, it's covered here, but when the guy goes and he takes that the EVM machine and he throws it down, it immediately captures it and says, hey, there's some compliance that's breached, and then the fighting happens, right? So you don't necessarily expect everything in operations in real world. So now the question is how would AI capture these things and like with simple reasoning escalate situations that are important. So this was something last week, for example, we were monitoring cameras, I think more than 1,000 cameras for the elections happening in Hyderabad, the municipal elections in Hyderabad. But fortunately, we didn't see any incidents like this. It was mostly around counting the people and keeping track of the queues and if how many people have voted in a particular day or particular hour. So this is the tailgating in the data center. You'll see that when people, there's this little, let me pause this. So there's this little area where you need to tap. And you saw that there's only one guy who tapped, and I think 2 or 3 people walked in. So the data center, again, there's server racks in it. They want to be very particular about who's accessing these, right? So when something like this happens, the security gets notified right away so that they're able to go in and see and then fix any issue. And this is the monitoring we do for the municipality of Hyderabad. So they have this program called, I think, Right to Path, Right to Walk, where they're trying to solve for 2 problems. One, for pedestrians, there's, these areas are sometimes blocked by like these booths and stalls. So pedestrians most of the time start walking into the street, into the road, and they get into accidents, right? Because the vehicles are going on the road. So there's 2 initiatives. One is they want us to do these daily trips throughout the city of Hyderabad and tell them if there's any stalls or booths that are blocking the pedestrian walkways. The second thing is, I think we were showing just a few seconds ago, potholes. Again, these potholes, the more you delay, the more expensive they become to fix. So we're able to give them a daily report of different regions wherever our cars are driving. If you come to Hyderabad, you'll see a car driving. It says GHMC and Insight Eye. It basically is keeping track of potholes and construction work and anything that GHMC should be notified when it comes to streets in Hyderabad. So I think the final one is, I think we were talking about solar. This large solar, this is I think a 200 megawatt solar farm in Nagpur. It's pretty easy, right? You could see the soiling on the left side. The panels are extremely soiled. On the right side, they're clean because the cleaning guys, they go with patterns, right? So now we're able to tell them what areas. So the next day, when the cleaning guys are going back on the field, they know exactly what are not clean because sometimes they don't keep track of it, or sometimes there's some panels that get dirty too often, right? So soiling and also electrical issues. So those are the 2 things that we do for these solar farms. So I think that is the end of it. Hope you all enjoyed this presentation, and happy to address any questions. Thank you.
is there. I hope things is, yeah.
You can start whenever you want.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. Do we have the audience? Okay, so my name is Sanjeev. I'm the founder, CEO of Neuriot Labs. We are trying to solve the problem of health claims, using artificial intelligence. So, the problem of claims is quite complex. You may have personally experienced it maybe at times. So claims itself is a 5-step process. So it starts with, somebody checking on your benefit and eligibility for a claim. But then, it gets a little deeper when, the doctor does the assessment of the patient. And then, they apply for what we call prior authorizations or pre-auths, right? That's when, the patient's disease and the condition and severity gets checked against the payer's guideline or the insurance guideline, right? And then if the treatment gets approved, then the doctor will treat you. And then, after the treatment, they assemble all the claims and gets, submitted to the insurance company, who then, go through all that paperwork, and then, they come up with a amount which is approved for, the claim. And then eventually, there's a payment posting and the conciliation, See, the challenge is that patients get denials right at the beginning, at the time of, when the treatment is requested, So at the pre-auth stage itself, many millions of patients, are denied treatment. And we are trying to solve that problem, So we have a couple of solutions. So one is UniGem. This is a patented solution which processes pre-auth requests. And then we have FindOut, which is actually processing the claims, which is more procedural. But I think the more nuanced one is the pre-auth, So like I said, millions of people are denied treatment, not just in America, India, all over the world, right? And the challenge is that, every disease is unique, right? We have a challenge of understanding disease and understanding the payer's guideline, the insurance guidelines, before, a decision can be taken. So to be a little more specific, let's say there is a patient, who has, let's say he has a numbness in leg, right? So he has numbness in leg, he goes to an endovascular surgeon, and the endovascular surgeon says that you have got a blocked peripheral artery. Now that means that, this needs to be treated, of course, right? And so the surgeon says that we will need to put a stent in your peripheral artery, and they apply for a prior authorization with the patient's insurance company or the payer, right? Now what happens at the payer side, at the insurance side? So insurance companies have got their own treatment guideline for every disease, So let's say we talk about here about endovascular peripheral arterial disease. So what the payer will do is they will check, what is the severity of this disease in this patient. So they would check upon things like, what is the level of blockage, stenosis. They would look at, how long has this numbness been in place. And then they would take a call, whether this is approved or not. The challenge is, as I said, every disease is so specific, Like in this case, the severity of the disease is checked through what they call the Rutherford classification, right? And then there might be another disease, let's say we talk about cancers, So cancers, they have these TNM classifications, stage 1, 2, 3, 4. So every disease is so specific that it's very hard for, naive people like us to be able to understand whether they are going to approve it or not, right? So what we have done is we have basically built a platform called UniGem, which is targeted for the providers, the health providers and the patients, so that they can get an early assessment on on their treatment request, So let me just present a simple demo here. What we are doing here is we are just uploading a clinical assessment of a patient who has got peripheral arterial disease, like I mentioned, right? And it's specific to one of his legs, which is the right leg. And as you upload, it basically parses through the request. It looks at the patient's EMR data. It looks at the pair-specific guidelines for this patient's pair. It looks at, all the different conditions, claudication, CLTI, ALI, and then finally, what comes out is, a decision. So which is very, very detailed. If it is approved, why is it approved? If it is not approved, where are the failures? Where this pair will not actually approve for this claim, So in fact, you can actually refer to the guidelines, like in this case, this particular insurance company, PPHP, what does it say about this particular disease? And, and you can actually refer. But the results itself is very detailed and substantiated to be able to, tell you whether, this is an approved or a rejected, right? So actually, under the hood, we have 2 patents. So one is around how we unlock knowledge from insurance guidelines, patient EMR, disease classifications, and so our solution is is scalable to cater to any disease. And the other patent we have is around the agentic flow on top of it. So what you see on the bottom here is the framework, So that's what Find.AI is, and I think this is just showing the kind of documentation that we have to handle as part of the claim handling. About 48, 49 types of different documents are there, and a lot of times these are very shabbily scanned documents, right? So the goal is to be able to first identify what that document is. If let's say you have a 50-page docket, the goal is that what is the page number 1, page number 2, page number 3, page number 4, and that way, and is it classify it, and then to be able to, and at a very high level of accuracy, and then to be able to extract the relevant fields from that which can actually contribute towards the claims handling, So this is a very simple demonstration which just is pulling out information from a discharge summary, But I think that's where I finished. So we have been live with the insurance companies. This is one of the largest health insurer in America, Elevance, where we have been handling claims for almost 4 years now through our Find.AI. And then, we actually started to work more with the providers with one live implementation for a chain of clinics in the space of endovascular. And now we're expanding, and of course doing trials in the Indian setup with Indian insurance companies right now, like FHPL and Kotak Life. So I guess that's all from my side. Any question? Anything you want to know about health claims, how it works, how we can help? Happy to answer. Okay, thank you so much.
Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, policymaker, investors, and friend. Today is a proud moment for us. We are launching FinAI and RegAI, two platforms built with one clear belief: AI must earn trust before it earns scale. One empowers Indian youth to manage money safely. The other, which is the RegAI, helps government and institution governs AI compliance with confidence. Together, they represent our commitment to responsible India First AI. India is at a defining moment. AI is moving from experimental to real-world decision-making in finance, governance, and policy system. But trust, safety, and accountability are non-negotiable. We didn't build AI to impress demos. We built AI to work in real world, under real skies, for real people. On one side, Indian youth struggles with financial confusion, risk, and misinformation. On the other side, institution and government struggles with AI compliance, auditability, and governance. Most platforms solve one side and ignore the other. We choose to solve both responsibly. We have different modules in our system, which is SIP and investment planner, tax estimator, retirement and NPS, FinPay, FinTracker, credit score, and loans. So these all are the different modules which are AI powered, and I kind of very good recommendations for you based on your profile and the system that you are in currently. How does this work? FinAI doesn't give you a black box answer. It gives you explainable, transparent, and traceable responses. It works across multiple financial areas, starting from credit, investment, insurance, tax, retirement, and even fraud awareness. In simple language, it is designed for Indian youths. We are introducing this RegAI. RegAI is not just AI, it is a governance infrastructure that is built by us. Every response is logged, every rule is traceable, every output can be audited, reviewed, and replayed. This makes RegAI public, suitable for public system and infrastructure, and not just the lab. We have, at FinAI, we have this RegAI, which is like the verticalized intelligence. We have multiple works that are going on across this RegAI and FRA. We are also trying to work with Maharashtra GR. So for across different institutions and bodies, we are trying to do regulatory intelligence, building regulatory intelligence, financial reporting things, resolution for their documents, building search application for their large, big documents and stuff. We are trying to solve high governance problem, which includes, risk detection at an enterprise level. Also, we are trying to identify the problems which are there in the market and which can be solved by the AI. Also, we have been trying to associate ourselves with some policies which government have been releasing, making some of the policies discoverable to youth in the country. Technically, there are like a lot of PDFs, documents, and all available on internet and on different websites. Our system does all the filtering part of it, stores it in one system, and then based on requirement, it fetches out it and provides it to the user. And for the FinAI, this is similar, but it is for the financial system, wherein we have orchestrator, safety gates, and so that when any particular input is fed into the system, it gets checked across multiple agents, multiple gates, so that the user, when he gets a response, is always fact-checked and correct. So we have a list of non-negotiable laws of retrieval. We have around 13 laws which we have built. So you can take a read on the screen. These are non-negotiable laws which we have incorporated in our system, so that whenever a user feeds in an input and expects an output on an answer, is always a guidance and not something which is which may take it to some other direction, which is not correct. So for example, if a user is asking it to I mean, suggest some stock, or maybe should I buy a stock? So there are safety agents built in the system that will identify, it will do a pattern match and identify and block the response. Similarly for, I mean, PIIs and other identifiable information, if when feed it into the system, will get blocked, and there will be no output out of it. I mean, the system will generate an output which will be simple to an awareness whether, I mean, in the system that we should not put in PIIs or any important information in the system. For example, some other question can be, what is a mutual fund? So there are safety agents will say, this is not something which should be blocked, so it will go into a green zone, and the agent will identify what information is to be fed, and then you have the answer on the screen. There are like audited systems, so you can, I mean, we have logs of all the requests that is made. Every decision which is made can be audited, every decision. Once it is done, even after it is done, we can go back and check what and why did it make that decision. Explainability is one very important thing, so we have all responses and rules which are explainable by nature, and it allows user to I mean, get explanation of the particular question. We also have, I mean, audit logs. First, if I discuss about the agents we're trying to associate with some regulators, so for example, credit banking agent associated with RBI, so all rules and regulation of RBI incorporated in that particular agent. So across, say, BIR, DI, PFRDA, we have agents which are, I mean, prepared on that particular guidelines to take care of it. This is it. I mean, we are trying to build a sovereign grade financial dignity. So today we protect the youth and early earners, and tomorrow you'll have a very strong backbone of this financial economy. This is built by Mr. Manohar Patil, who's been into this ecosystem for like 12 years. He has also been mentoring over 5 lakh students, and he has expertise in finance, education, and compliances. I'll invite him to speak. This is the QR if you want to take a visit to the website and maybe get in. Thank you.
Hello, respected all delegates. We are launching here Fin100x AI. Fin100x AI is the one of the intelligent models for the use of the financial services and the regulatory services. Everyone know about the financial and regulatory services. There is lots of challenges because of multilingual is the biggest challenge already solved by the Sarvam AI. Now we are just trying to literate the financial literacy in our youth, because financial literacy is a core requirement for every youth or every person. Just because of financial literacy, they are lots of making mistake, and their future is also trapped just because of they are not aware about the EMI system frauds. They are not aware about the investment kinds of many apps are already available, but they are not exactly what exact decision take before decision. They need some basic guidance, basic requirement of knowledge. So we provide with the help of AI is a financial literacy, financial analysis, and most of the time we are trying to solve youth problem with the fraud security. Right now, in an agentic world, so many times they are lack so many security measures. They facing the security challenges. So we try with the help of AI to solve their problem with the help of FinAI. And now we just tried RegAI. RegAI is also focusing on the compliances part. In compliances part, all the RBI, SEBI, IRDA, PFRDA, and DPDP, such regulatories are unorganized, and they are different parameters, different compliances, different regulatory framework. So we try to cover all the frameworks, with the help of agentic to solve all problems, and easily available agentic system in financial services to cover all financial pain point of the all youth. So in these services, we try to agentic system, our teams try to solve this pain point of the all youth or all the Indian financial services. Thank you. If you have any question regarding the financial challenges, financial regulatory and RBI regarding SEBI's IRDA norms regarding the financial services, we can discuss here to how we are building this such a system to solve these problems of youth or solve the problems of all these segments.
First of all, very congrats that this young system is coming into the financial system. Just want to ask about the guidelines and the Reg AI, the compliances thing. So, did you know about the RBI compliances which is already there in the financial system? They are working on that. But how this AI in your system can help to automate this system which is already there in a financial system? Can you elaborate that?
So the point is the documents are spread over internet, and for any user to get specific response or an answer is difficult. So you need all of those documents collated in one place, and a system which can explicitly pick out the particular clause or particular information out of the entire documents, which is like thousands and thousands of pages, and specifically put it in front of the user. So it's like giving literacy, making them aware of what is there on the internet, but in a very small, short duration of time with the help of, this agentic system.
So your system is scrapping the internet or any data structure or data set?
No. So it's not just scrapping. There are list of documents which are already there on the official websites, and it is not scrapping. So we across all different this institution, we have people who assist us with the documentation and stuff, so that we can store it in one place, create a good framework, and then probably get it live in the system in the application.
It will be helpful in a cooperative sector, because India has a big cooperative
Yeah,
setting.
definitely. Definitely. The use case is unlimited. The use case can be across, individual like me and you, and also for institution, big bodies, wherein they take like 2 days to go across all the entire document. But in a single go, they can have a summary or exact gist of what they are trying to search for with the correct citation and stuff.
Thank you.
Most welcome.
Any questions? So we can close if there are no questions to you people.
Okay, I believe no more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Hello. We are closing the session, but we request Amit sir, who has come from MITI, to just thank you for coming over here, and we request have some few words of wisdom.
So I have to congrats Fin100AX AI team. They have worked really well in the compliance field, in the finance, and they are building this system, and I'm hoping they can be a world-class level which can compete with the big firms like all the AI system is going on. So thank you very much for inviting me to launching this, and wish you best luck and all the best for the your endeavor.
निकालो नाही आहे नाही नाही पेनड्राईव्ह नव्हता आणलेला
these two.
There is some media available?
Those guys are streaming.
Okay.
It's available on YouTube.
YouTube. But no other media available, no?
No, sir. Yeah, it's type C.
सी नहीं है इसमें.
No.
किसी और का लैपटॉप में.
Yeah, if
इसमें जो आपके पास हाथ में.
it's HDMI to type C.
Okay.
किसके
पास है दूसरा लैपटॉप? अच्छा. आपका इसमें है ना पेन ड्राइव का?
Yeah, there's no problem in that. If that doesn't work, we can also plug in on our laptop. Do you have HDMI port or? उसके एक्सेस दे और ये ऑडियो केबल भी कनेक्ट है तो वो भी कनेक्ट
आपके पास हमारा वो एक स्लाइड है उसका कंपनी का जो जिसमें आईडेक्स विनर और अचीवमेंट भी आती है ना.
You can just play a video so that we can test the audio is coming right or not.
नहीं. कौन सा है USB कौन सा है? ये है या इसमें सेव हुआ क्या आपका? आप ऐसा करो
लैपटॉप से कनेक्ट करके दिखा दीजिए.
मेल पे भेजो और मेरे से.
नहीं एक बार लैपटॉप ले आओ. नहीं एक मेल में नहीं हो सकता आपको? एक पेन ड्राइव इसमें लगाइए इसको. पेन ड्राइव में चेक किया था आपने? फिर से करो. पेन ड्राइव ओपन कर लीजिए.
इसके ड्राइवर इधर में.
इसमें क्यों नहीं ओपन हो रहा आपके?
सर ये इसके मैक के ड्राइवर्स हैं इसके अंदर और ये विंडोज़ लैपटॉप है.
नहीं इसको फॉर्मेट करके कुछ कर सकते हैं.
बट पूरा
मैं एक काम करती हूँ, आपको जो डॉक्यूमेंट्री है और इसका है मैं मेल पे भेज
डॉक्यूमेंट्री बाद में कर देना. आप प्रेजेंटेशन मेल कर दो ताकि एटलीस्ट शुरू कर दें. नहीं तो
दूँगी. मैं अभी करती हूँ.
एक बार आप देखो.
नेट कनेक्ट करना.
मेरा ऑन है 120567.
एक्चुअली इनके पास भी सर है.
किधर है कलर?
उन्होंने बोला था
robotics technology. We specialize in making AI-enabled drone swarm technologies. And first use case of this drone swarm, we are using it for drone light shows pan-India. So this is the indigenous technology we have developed where the hardware and software of drones with the AI-enabled algorithm we are using for formation flying and swarm flying of thousands of drones and conducting drone shows pan-India. So we have done many, many prestigious national events, and it can be whether the army, defense, or it is some government events. Next. We are the proud, actually, executor of drone light shows in IPL, APL, and the WPL also. Cultural events, pan-India, Bali Yatra, we have been doing. Next. Personal events, next. Temple events, and many, many prestigious brand launches through drone light shows. So the power of drone light show, one of the major thing is that one of our event, just go back. In the Vivo event, we got 200 million views and more than 1 million likes. Yeah, so this is the power of brand launch through drone light shows. Next. So we have been recognized by many institutes. We are incubated with various IITs. We are the proud winner of Innovation for Defense Excellence 4 times. Probably we are the only startup in India who has got 4 times winner of IDEX. Yeah. And we have won many global awards for this technology. Next. We would like to show one very interesting documentary which we are actually launching today. It is not just about the technology, it is about the faith. We did one very prestigious drone light show where millions of people watched it. It is done with a very, very important
The sky lies a town where faith has lived for centuries.
So we'll just play this documentary. It is for 5 minutes. You'll see the technology and also what goes behind the scene. Thank you.
In the heart of Gujarat, where the Aravalli hills embrace the sky, lies a town where faith has lived for centuries. Ambaji, one of the 51 sacred Shakti Peeths, a place where millions come each year, not as visitors, but as children seeking the blessings of Amba Ma. From September 1st to 7th, 2025, over 1.5 million pilgrims arrived. Some walked 50, some 200 kilometers, guided only by devotion. In this sacred celebration, the Bhadarvi Mela, streets glow with diyas, chants fill the air, and faith becomes a living force. Envisioned something extraordinary, a tribute to the goddess in the sky, a drone light show, not just as entertainment, but as a symbol of devotion, unity, and progress. Supported by the state government, temple trust, and district administration. The idea was simple yet bold. Let devotion rise into the heavens. Among several companies that competed, one stood out: Airbotics Technologies. Chosen for innovation, precision, and the strength of their vision. The Airbotics team began a detailed recce, studying crowd movement, safety zones, terrain, and the spiritual geography of Ambaji. With lakhs of devotees and limited open space, finding a safe launch zone was not a task. It was a responsibility. Tender 1 in July. Only 45 days to design formations, simulate sequences, prepare hardware, and align with multiple authorities. Between August 5th and 20th, multiple recce rounds, measurements, permissions, and endless planning. Then, Ambaji faced a challenge. 2 days before the show, weather turned red. AccuWeather predicted continuous rains from August 31st to September 5th. Launch site turned slippery. Plans had to be rewritten again and again. Day 1. Heavy rains flooded Site A. The team relocated, revised technical layouts, and rebuilt operations overnight. But the spirit of airbotics remained unmoved. 400 drones, 1.5 million pilgrims. Hills, narrow lanes, dense crowds, power fluctuations from rain, tight safety corridors, continuous crowd entry, limited open terrain. Every minute demanded precision. Every decision required courage. A 12-member on-ground team. Technicians, simulation experts, firmware specialists, project managers, flight safety officers. Rain protocol mode activated. Waterproofing films, moisture-controlled charging tents, emergency backups. A feat possible only with relentless teamwork. The team worked 20+ hours non-stop. Testing, calibrating compasses, synchronizing formations. Finally, the skies turned green. And over the sacred Ambaji temple, the night sky bloomed with light.
So every light point you are seeing is a drone actually.
The Om. The Shakti Peeth symbol. Jayambe Ma shimmered in the sky. The silhouette of Ambaji temple itself. 400 drones moved like one soul, carrying days of effort, sleepless nights, and unshakable faith. For over 3 lakh devotees watching, it felt as if Amba Ma herself was blessing them through light.
आज भादरवी पुनः महा मेला में एक ड्रोन शो का आयोजन किया गया था। माँ अम्बे की आध्यात्मिक और दिव्य थीम पर पूरा ड्रोन शो आयोजित किया गया। अंबाजी के चाचर चौक में और पूरे अंबाजी परिसर में हाजिर लाखों लोगों ने ये ड्रोन शो का निरीक्षण किया। माँ अम्बे की थीम पर भिन्न भिन्न प्रकार की जो आध्यात्मिक कलाकृतियाँ 400 से ज़्यादा ड्रोन के माध्यम से पूरे आकाश में जो की गई, वह अनुभव काफ़ी सुखद, अद्भुत और अलौकिक और दिव्य था।
જે આજે હું અંબાજી દર્શન કરવા આવી ત્યાં એક ડ્રોન શોનું પ્રદર્શન હતું જે 400 ડ્રોન દ્વારા હતું, પણ જે આખા ગુજરાતમાં પહેલી વાર થયું એવું લાગ્યું અને એટલો અદ્ભુત નજારો હતો।
ડ્રોન શોમાં ખાસ જે ધાર્મિક પ્રતીક ઓમ, ત્રિશૂળ, મા અંબાજી એ ખરેખર બહુ જ સરસ પ્રદર્શન અમે લોકોએ માણ્યું અને ભક્તિભાવનું આખું વાતાવરણ વાઇબ્રેશન બહુ જ સરસ રહ્યા।
Faith, technology, perseverance. When these come together, miracles happen. The Ambaji Drone Light Show 2025 was not just lights in the sky. It was a story of resilience, of belief, of human spirit. For Airbotics, this was not a project. It was a privilege to contribute to a spiritual legacy. Because at Airbotics, technology is only the medium. Stories are the destination.
So for us, this project was very, very important actually. Ambaji is a Kul Devi of our Honorable Prime Minister. And we thought by using technology, probably we can serve our country also. And also the pilgrims who came for this, millions of them, they felt actually like the God has come in the sky. And that was the best compliment we got in the show. So we are open to question and answers. If anyone has any question, we are willing to answer, yeah. Okay, thanks for your patience. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Give me just 2 seconds. For? Just taking a picture. This is my branding in backside. If you want, I don't mind. If you want, I don't mind. Yeah, please go for it. Why? Hello world. Hello everyone. Hello world. Good evening. Myself Pratik Parmar. I'm the founder and CEO of the Atomo Innovation, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. So before starting my present announcement and everything, I just want to share something about my today's day, as it is my 10th marriage anniversary, and you know, my wife is in Gujarat and I'm here. You can, I'm thanking you, I'm thanking my wife and family to support me, that I'm here, she is there, and I'm you know, doing announcement in this India AI Summit. But yeah, so let's begin the thing. So once again, hello world, myself Pratik Parmar. I'm the founder and CEO of Atomo Innovation. Today, India reinvents the edge computing. So the pain is very clear. Current AI and IoT hardware is fragmented, foreign, and cloud dependent. That means it's an expensive import, latency and security risk. I mean, data leaves India, and we have very complex developer experience. So here is the gap in the market. If we put the gap into two axes of accessibility and intelligence, these are the brands in the market as of now. And we put Atomo ourselves as a huge frog leap, and we position ourselves over here. We have the complete accessibility and intelligence at the same time. So the reveal, what is Atomo? Atomo is an IoT hub, an AI processor, and an industrial controller. Let me tell you again, what is Atomo? Atomo is an IoT hub, an AI processor, and an industrial controller. So as an Atomo, we have combined these three modules, and we put it into one device, and we call it Atomo Processing Unit. This is the device having AI chip on board with the capacity of 6 trillion operations per second. It has all the IoT protocols on board, including RF, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Zigbee, Matter, and Thread. And the whole device is powered by our own OS, which is known as Atomic OS. It is highly optimized and stable for our device. So here we are launching our product line. In the beta phase, we have just completed our alpha. We are into beta now. We have Electron, Proton, and Neutron. Electron is our top model, Proton is our intermediate model, and Neutron is our entry-level devices. So here is the code. LNK is one of the pioneers in object-oriented programming, and he quoted this 50 years ago that the people who are really serious about software should make their own hardware. And that's what we did. We have the secret sauce is known as Atomic Software Neural Network. This is the SDK using which you can build your own AI and IoT applications on our stack. This is the Atomic Center. After making a device, it is very necessary to manage the devices. That is called after-sale service. So you can register a device on the Atomic Center, and you can access it from anywhere on the earth. One more thing. Sorry. So here we are launching one more thing, announcing one more thing that is called Atom 1, our indigenous processor built on the ARM architecture to power the AI devices. So we are collaborating with the ARM, and we are working with the ARM to build our indigenous chipset which will run AI. So now India will not require the chipsets from the outer country to build AI-based applications. This is the architecture of our AI chipset. It is built on TSMC 5 nanometer wafer, and you can see some of the brilliant specs over here. Here is the production process of the chipset. It is a $1 trillion opportunity for India, and we will name this device as an Electron X, which is powered by our own Atom 1 processor. It will be having 70 TOPS of capacity, that is 70 trillion operations per second. It will have 48 GB RAM on board and all IoT protocols on board. So you won't require cloud to run your AI. Your whole AI will run on your premises. That means what happens in India stays in India. These are some of the domains where this device can be easily fit in. Some of the magic moments on device, you can do a crowd management, fire and smoke detection using AI, sports technology, safety measures, warehouse management, and n number of things. Some of the Navratri movements, as a being in Gujarati, we have implemented AI into Navratri, where we did the crowd management using this device. So the organizer will let them know that where to manage and where to handle the crowd. Also, we have Atomo AI program where developers can come onto the portal and they can virtually get access of the device and they can develop application on the device. It's a 10-day certification program. It's a very huge market. We have 4 revenue models. some of the partners we have. Also, we got the assistance from the G2 Ventures, iHub, NASCOM Center of Excellence for AI and IoT, Virginia Commonwealth University, USA, Virginia, PDU, and Nidhi Prayas. Some of the testimonials from the industry. One of the industry have tested this device. They have put 10 AI models parallelly running on this device, and it works flawless. Where the other industry has interfaced 17,500 sensors with one device, and it works flawless. This is the testimonials from the industry. And people, we have patent on this device. We are the top 10 startup awardee at a Supernova GITEX Dubai, and only Indian startups to reach there. We are also selected by Startup India to exhibit at South Korea 2025. We are the top 3 startups at Gesia, Gujarat, and India. And we are into some of the news at Cineweb Africa, Emirates Today Dubai, and Economic Times of India. And yeah, thank you. Thank you for listening me. If anyone have any question, I would like to answer. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Good morning, everyone. We will take another 2 minutes. We have Shri Arvind Kumarji with us. He is the Director General, Software Technology Parks of India. He was instrumental in guiding us in developing this technology of AI-enabled drone swarm technology. And the first drone light show we had demonstrated to him, that was only for 100 drones, and we have gone much ahead now and got a fleet of more than 2,000 drones. We'll request DG sir to join us on the stage. Sir, I would request you to just talk 2 words about airbotics, sir.
Good. I think I have seen their air down when it was only 100, right? Now where we reached? So, right, so very highly accelerated journey from 100 to 2000. Today you are going to demonstrate. I think congratulations to full of your team. I'm sure everybody will enjoy that. Are you going to show on the screen? Very nice. So, I think this.
Hills embrace the sky, lies a town where faith has lived for centuries. Ambaji, one of the 51 sacred Shakti Peeths, a place where millions come each year, not as visitors, but as children seeking the blessings of Amba Ma. From September 1st to 7th, 2025, over 1.5 million pilgrims arrived. Some walked 50, some 200 kilometers, guided only by devotion. In this sacred celebration, the Bhadarvi Mela, streets glow with diyas, chants fill the air, and faith becomes a living force. Envisioned something extraordinary, a tribute to the goddess in the sky, a drone light show, not just as entertainment, but as a symbol of devotion, unity, and progress. Supported by the state government, temple trust, and district administration. The idea was simple yet bold. Let devotion rise into the heavens. Among several companies that competed, one stood out: Airbotics Technologies. Chosen for innovation, precision, and the strength of their vision. The Airbotics team began a detailed recce, studying crowd movement, safety zones, terrain, and the spiritual geography of Ambaji. With lakhs of devotees and limited open space, finding a safe launch zone was not a task. It was a responsibility. Tender 1 in July. Only 45 days to design formations, simulate sequences, prepare hardware, and align with multiple authorities. Between August 5th and 20th, multiple recce rounds, measurements, permissions, and endless planning. Then, Ambaji faced a challenge. 2 days before the show, weather turned red. AccuWeather predicted continuous rains from August 31st to September 5th. Launch site turned slippery. Plans had to be rewritten again and again. Day 1. Heavy rains flooded Site A. The team relocated, revised technical layouts, and rebuilt operations overnight. But the spirit of Airbotics remained unmoved. 400 drones, 1.5 million pilgrims. Hills, narrow lanes, dense crowds, power fluctuations from rain, tight safety corridors, continuous crowd entry, limited open terrain. Every minute demanded precision. Every decision required courage. A 12-member on-ground team. Technicians, simulation experts, firmware specialists, project managers, flight safety officers. Rain protocol mode activated. Waterproofing films, moisture-controlled charging tents, emergency backups. A feat possible only with relentless teamwork. The team worked 20+ hours non-stop, testing, calibrating compasses, synchronizing formations. Finally, the skies turned green. And over the sacred Ambaji temple, the night sky bloomed with light. The the Shakti Peeth symbol. Jayambe Ma shimmered in the sky. The silhouette of Ambaji temple itself. 400 drones moved like one soul, carrying days of effort, sleepless nights, and unshakable faith. For over 3 lakh devotees watching, it felt as if Amba Ma herself was blessing them through light.
आज भादरवी पुनः पहा मेला में एक ड्रोन शो का आयोजन किया गया था। माँ अम्बे की आध्यात्मिक और दिव्य थीम पर पूरा ड्रोन शो आयोजित किया गया। अंबाजी के चाचर चौक में और पूरे अंबाजी परिसर में हाजिर लाखों लोगों ने ये ड्रोन शो का निरीक्षण किया। माँ अम्बे की थीम पर भिन्न भिन्न प्रकार की जो आध्यात्मिक कलाकृतियाँ 400 से ज़्यादा ड्रोन के माध्यम से पूरे आकाश में जो की गई, वह अनुभव काफ़ी सुखद, अद्भुत और अलौकिक और दिव्य था।
જે આજે હું અંબાજી દર્શન કરવા આવી ત્યાં એક ડ્રોન શોનું પ્રદર્શન હતું જે 400 ડ્રોન દ્વારા હતું, પણ જે આખા ગુજરાતમાં પહેલીવાર થયું એવું લાગ્યું અને એટલો અદ્ભુત નજારો હતો।
ડ્રોન શોમાં ખાસ જે ધાર્મિક પ્રતીક ઓમ, ત્રિશૂળ, મા અંબાજી એ ખરેખર બહુ જ સરસ પ્રદર્શન અમે લોકોએ માણ્યું અને ભક્તિભાવનું આખું વાતાવરણ વાઇબ્રેશન બહુ જ સરસ રહ્યા।
Faith, technology, perseverance. When these come together, miracles happen. The Ambaji Drone Light Show 2025 was not just lights in the sky. It was a story of resilience, of belief, of human spirit. For Airbotics, this was not a project. It was a privilege to contribute to a spiritual legacy. Because at Airbotics, technology is only the medium. Stories are the destination.